to the April the 12th, 2022 meeting of the City of Monterey Planning Commission. At this meeting are the following members. Do you want to call the roll, Jennifer?
Definitely. First, we have Chair Freeman.
Here.
Vice Chair Reed.
Present.
Commissioner Brassfield is absent. Commissioner Dawson.
Here.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Here.
Commissioner Latassa.
Here in person.
Here in person. And Commissioner Milich.
Zoom.
Got it. Thank you all. That leaves us with 6 commissioners today. And for staff, we have Community Development Director Kim Cole, Associate Planner Matthew Buggert, Housing Analyst Grant Leonard, City Attorney Intern Kristen Willish. Sorry about that title. And then myself, Recording Secretary Jennifer Cleary. And I can also take this time to announce how members of the public can join if they want to provide public comment for items not on the agenda today. And we do encourage members of the public to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, a secure service that connects you live with no lag time. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey with a 10-second delay and Comcast channel 25 with up to a 90-second delay. If you would like to provide public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom or by telephone, making sure to join in time to accommodate delays. To join the meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864 toll free.
You go over that again slowly, please.
Of course, that phone number to join is 833-568-8864. And one more time, 833-568-8864 is the toll-free number to call. If the first number doesn't work, there are more listed on the meeting agenda at isearchmonterey.org. You will also need the webinar ID for this meeting. It is 161-990-8039. Once again, this meeting's webinar ID is 161-990-8039. If prompted for a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions for using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. Please turn off computer or TV speakers or go to another room while connected, as background noise interferes with the broadcast. Public speakers will be called upon in order of hands raised. There's a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting, so please stay within that limit. And I do see a couple of attendees, but no hands raised.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. We have one item on the consent agenda, and just to inform the public, we have 2 items on the afternoon agenda, the bicycle rezoning, bicycle sales rezoning application, and the community development block grant funds on the afternoon agenda. And then for the evening agenda, we have improvements to 2 wireless facilities. So you might want to see which meeting you want to attend depending on your interests. The consent agenda consists only of the minutes. Is there anyone who would like to remove that from the consent agenda or make a comment about the minutes?
Madam Chair, I want to first let you know that it's very lonely up here on the but well, I couldn't open my copy of the minutes on my computer, so I wasn't actually able to review them. But that doesn't. Maybe it was just my computer. I don't know if any other commissioners had that experience.
It worked fine for me, which is a rare occasion.
Not yet.
Okay.
I think your computer is selective. If there are no comments on the minutes, could we have a motion to approve?
This is Hanson. I move to approve as submitted.
Second,
There's been a motion and a second to approve the minutes for March the 8th, 2022. All those in favor? Jennifer, do you want to read the roll?
Definitely. First, Chair Freeman
Yes.
and Vice Chair Reed.
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield is absent. Commissioner Dawson,
yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa.
Yes,
Did you want to abstain?
I probably should abstain. Okay, I'll abstain.
I have here that you were absent for the March 8th minutes meeting.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I have you as an abstention, and then Commissioner Millage.
Yes.
Got it. These minutes are approved with a vote of 5 as submitted.
Great. Our next item is open public comment. If there is anyone in the public who is called in, who wants to make a comment about an item not on the agenda, this is your turn. So let Jennifer know that you're on the line if you want to make a public comment not on the agenda.
Once again, to join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864. Once again, that toll-free number to call is 833-568-8864. Then enter the webinar ID 161-990-8039. Once again, that webinar ID is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 when called upon, to unmute when called upon. I see no hands raised, so I think it is okay to move on.
All right. Our first regular item is number 3. And it is recommending that the City Council adopt the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan for Community Development Block Grant Funds and authorize submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I have to say this is my favorite item. I think it gives us a chance to say thank you to the social services organizations that support the less fortunate in our community. And perhaps we could begin with a presentation by staff. Grant.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners and members of the public attending. Allow me a brief second to share my screen. Okay. So tonight, or this afternoon rather, we will be presenting our draft annual action plan for community development block grants for the year 2022-2023 and holding a public hearing to receive public comments as well as commissioner comments. So why community development block grants? Well, it's a wonderful source of funding and programming to deliver quality projects for the community. Everything from park repairs, like this example at Montecito Park, to funding for homeless services and homeless shelters, such as the youth shelter on Pearl Street, Safe Place. And it really is, as you mentioned, Chair, a very good news item every year that we bring to you. So the annual budget for this coming year is approximately $1.6 million. And it implements one of the years of our 5-year consolidated plan. There are 2 elements of our budget. One is a direct entitlement from the federal government. That's estimated to be $263,000 this year. The other element is our program income. So that's revenue that the program itself is generating from things like sales of property, inclusionary affordable housing units, and income from ground leases that the city has funded over the years through the redevelopment program. And that is a much larger share of our income at 900,000. So together that makes our $1.6 million budget. Block grants are divided in our program into 4 major project areas. The public service grant program, that's where we provide grants of up to $20,000 to nonprofits who provide services to the residents of Monterey. Infrastructure grants, such as for park improvements or to facilities that are owned by nonprofits, like homeless shelters. Housing preservation, that's where we assist low-income homeowners to make small repairs to their homes, or where we have our purchase and resale program where we buy inclusionary units that are for sale, repair them, and then sell them to low-income first-time home buyers. And then we have our planning and administration. That's where we work on all items related to affordable housing development and homeless services, and that we actually administer this program. So there are certain limits to these categories. We're limited to spending no more than 20% of our total budget on planning and administration. And we're limited to spending no more than 15% on public services. But there is no limit on the infrastructure or the housing preservation programs. So our public service grants, we fund a variety of programs, everything from fair housing and landlord-tenant negotiations to the Alliance on Aging, the Food Bank for Monterey County, Meals on Wheels, legal services for seniors, and homeless services from Gathering for Women to Interim Inc. So it really does provide for a wide range of services that we're able to fund. This year, we have 10 partner agencies we'll be funding. We recommend funding for Alliance on Aging, the court-appointed special advocates for youth who are in the court system, Community Human Services, which operates both the youth homeless shelter on Pearl Street, as well as funding for the new family shelter in Seaside, Casa de Noche Buena. Echo Fair Housing is our landlord-tenant and fair housing agency that we work with. The Food Bank of Monterey County, Gathering for Women, Interim Inc., the Josephine Kearns Memorial Pool, which provides warm water therapeutic pool access for the disabled, legal services for seniors, and Meals on Wheels. And the funding amount recommended is $172,000 this year. For public infrastructure projects, we have 2 this year, and they're divided into 2 different categories. Tier 1, that's a shovel-ready project. It's ready to be constructed for certain within the next fiscal year. And Meals on Wheels is applied for $100,000 to fund a community kitchen improvement, which will greatly enhance their ability to prepare more fresh meals that are then provided to their clients. And the second project is a tier 2, and that's something that's still in development, and it's something we can fund if we have enough program income to meet it. And this is actually a city project that would provide improvements to walkways and ADA access at Laguna Grande Park, and that is $60,000. So the recommended funding is for the shovel-ready project at $100,000, but we'll go ahead and include Laguna Grande Park in our plan as a project that's in development. For housing preservation, here's a photo of one of our standard projects. It's where we remove a tub for a senior and convert it to a walk-in shower. So it removes the tripping hazard, allows them to age safely in place. That is part of our home and safety grant program that we have 3 grants with: the home accessibility grant, the Mr. Fix-It program, and the home safety. We anticipate giving up to 10 grants per year. We also have a home loan program for people who have much larger needs, like say a new roof or substantial repairs to their home due to deferred maintenance. And we can provide up to 1 to 2 loans per year. And then finally, it's our purchase and resale program. So when we have an inclusionary unit that comes up for resale, the city can purchase it, give it new paint, new windows, new carpet, etc., and then sell it to a first-time home buyer on our wait list. So this is the largest category for our budget. It's $658,000, but it has the most expensive items there, particularly a purchase and resale program, which can cost quite a bit to purchase and resell 3 different homes. And then for planning and administration, we'll provide monitoring and technical assistance for all of our subrecipients. We'll continue to do outreach for new affordable housing projects and homeless services, and we'll continue to collaborate with our partner agencies and work on regional affordable housing strategies and homelessness strategies. And our 20% budget is $232,000. This is a long process that we undergo each year. We started in December with outreach to the community and to our applicants. Applications were due and submitted on January 6th, where we had a follow-up required meeting by the agencies for the public service grants on February 1st. And we released the draft action plan on March 18th for a 30-day public review period. Today is the first of 2 public hearings. This one at the Planning Commission, and then next week we'll have a second public hearing with the City Council, which is also where the action plan would be approved. And we are required by federal statute to submit the plan by May 15th for review by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And starting July 1st, we can begin delivering projects. And with that, we are open for questions and comments from the commission as well as the public.
Let's start with commissioner questions and then move on to public comment. Are there questions that you might have for Grant? I have a question. What is the low income threshold this year? What constitutes low income this year?
Reaching over for my cheat sheet. There are 4 low income categories: extremely low, low, median, and moderate. And for a family of 4 to be low income is $81,000. And for a single person is $56,900.
Holy mackerel.
And then to be very low income would be a single household of $35,000 a year, so right around minimum wage. Or a family of 4 at $50,000 would be very low income. And at moderate level, one person at $68,000 is considered low income, and a family of 4 at $97,000.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Other questions that you would have, Mike?
Did we give anything to the veterans this year?
We are currently funding 2 duplex repairs for $160,000. They're supposed to start construction this year, but they did not apply for anything for the next fiscal year.
Oh dear.
I think they're wrapping up this current project and haven't moved on to another one yet.
Well, it's good that we still have our foot in the water, but let's make sure that they participate next year.
Absolutely, we'll include them in all the outreach.
Grant, maybe you can share historically, I think you just recently looked at how much money we've cumulatively designated to Veterans Transition Center. Do you remember that number?
Yes, we discussed this at our homeless services workshop, the council study session on March 23rd. And since 2015, we've provided over $1 million to Veterans Transition Center to provide rehabilitation of duplexes that they inherited from the military. And with the current $160,000, we're funding 4 duplexes, 4 different units.
Terrific.
Good. Other questions for Grant? Now, in this case, do we ask the applicants to make a presentation, or is your presentation on their behalf, Grant?
At this point, it's city staff is providing a presentation. All Applicants were invited to attend and make a public comment if they decided to, but it's not required for them to do that.
So they would fall into the public comment category. Okay. If there are no other questions for Grant, let's open public comment for this item.
To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864 toll free. Once again, that phone number to call is 833-568-8864. Then enter the webinar ID 161-990-8039. Once again, this meeting's webinar ID is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. And I see no hands raised, so I think we can move on.
Okay. All right. Then let's close public comment on this item and open commission and comments from our commissioners.
So I'll start with, because I was on the whatever, I don't know if it was the subcommittee or whatever, along with Chair Freeman. And it is an honor to be able to be part of that. It is, sorry, I have to turn my camera's going slow, and it's that I can't watch myself and talk at the same time. It was a pleasure to be on that. I mean, it really is. It is an honor to do that, and just to hear the presentations and to be part of the whole process. You know, hopefully everybody on planning has done it at least once, and will, if not, then at least get to do it at some point in time in the future, because it is one of the truly pleasures of being on the planning commission, because it does so much good. So.
I echo that. The kinds of things that social service organizations are doing to bring the disadvantaged into the mainstream, make it possible for them to be in Monterey and not be out on the street, really. And the other one that I thought was really good this year that was different, and it isn't just an improvement to the community kitchen. I believe that the $100,000 was targeted for a new community kitchen. So in addition to what is already being done by Meals on Wheels, will really enable them to grow the project significantly. If I got that right, Grant?
You did, that's correct. Meals on Wheels is expanding their program to meet increased demand, both right now in the immediate sense, but also the projected demand over the coming years. And so this is a new community kitchen, and we'll be providing a significant portion of that through the $100,000 in funding.
Yep. Any other comments? Okay. Could we hear a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I recommend that the City Council adopt the 2022-2023 annual action plan for community development block grant funds and authorize submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
I'll second that.
All right, there's been a motion to recommend to the City Council the approval and adoption of the program, and a second. Let's call for a vote.
First, we have Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield, I think is still absent. Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich,
Yes.
and this motion passes with a vote of 6. and it is not appealable because it is going to council already.
And just a reminder to the public, that'll be on the city council agenda next Tuesday, April 19th.
Okay, then. All right, let us move on to the next item. The next item is,
Bicycles.
and there are several components to this one. Recommend city council approval of application TM 210187 to amend the Monterey City Code, Chapter 38, Section 3815, to establish a bicycle equipment rental use classification, and Section 3844 to add bicycle equipment rentals as a principally permitted use in the open space zoning district. That's one. Second one is to amend the lighthouse specific plan, and two, the downtown specific plan to allow bicycle equipment rentals as a principally permitted use. The applicants are Mark Marcus and Joaquin Sullivan, etc. And shall we begin with the staff report, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matthew Buggart, and I am an associate planner with the Monterey Planning Division. I'm here to present on the bicycle equipment rentals application and proposed zoning amendments for today's Planning Commission hearing. Ultimately, staff recommends that City Council approve the amendments to the Monterey City Code Open Space Zoning District, Lighthouse Specific Plan, and Downtown Specific Plan to establish a bicycle equipment rentals use classification and to allow as a principally permitted use that use classification, excluding Class 3 electric bicycles. As a reminder, since we're coming back from our previous hearing, our applicants are Mark Marquez with Epicenter Cycling. They have an existing facility at 230 Lighthouse Avenue, and Joaquin Sullivan with Big Sur Adventures, who is a proposed business looking at a site either at 401 Camino El Estero in the open space district or in the downtown specific plan area. These applicants have stated a need for allowing the bicycle rentals use to be allowed in these areas. The existing zoning for all three of these areas does not currently permit a new bicycle rental business from being started. That includes the open space O zoning district, the Lighthouse Specific Plan adopted in 2016, and the downtown specific plan area adopted in 2013. There were concerns raised at the previous March 8th hearing regarding the use of high-speed electric bicycles on the recreation trail. There were requests from the commissioners for additional information from city staff regarding electric bicycles, their use, their speeds, and other background information. There are three classifications of electric bicycles in the state of California. And all of these are defined by Vehicle Code Section 312.5. As it's stated in this Vehicle Code section, Class 1 is defined as low-speed pedal-assisted electric bicycles. Class 2 are low-speed throttle-assisted electric bicycles. And Class 3 are just speed pedal-assisted electric bicycles. And I'll go into these a little bit more in the next few slides. Here are the three different types of electric bicycles and some helpful check marks. A Class 1 bike is pedal assisted up to 20 miles per hour. Once a rider reaches 20 miles per hour, the assisting engine shuts off at that time. A Class 2 bike is both able to be operated via pedals or a throttle up to 20 miles per hour. The bike can be propelled with just the throttle and is capped at 20 miles per hour. Some of the instances for these have been used for people that really need assistance, whether it be disability or whatnot. Class 3 bikes are the faster bicycles. They have a max speed, as defined by that previous code, of 28 miles per hour. A usual fast bike rider will go up to 17 to 20 miles per hour. Depends on which website you're looking at. But 20 miles per hour is usually the fastest that somebody propels themselves. And when you're competing in international things, you might be reaching 25, 27, and so on. So class 3 is indeed higher speed. This next chart has a lot more information. This is included in the handout that's provided to bicycle rental operators, businesses in the city of Monterey. It shows whether or not it's pedal operated, the maximum motor speed associated with the type of bike that it is. It has the user requirements, whether or not they need a license, what the minimum age required is for that type of bike, and whether or not a helmet is needed. And helmets are pretty much always required, but according to this chart. And then also it provides information on bikeway access and which ones are allowed on the different types of bike paths. I briefly went over this during my previous presentation, but class 1 bike paths are those that are separated from the roadway and include both pedestrians and bicycle users. Can also include horseback riders, not very common around here, but regular bicycles, type 1 e-bikes, type 2 e-bikes are all allowed on those paths, and type 3 are not. Class 4 protected lanes are similar to that which is on North Fremont Road that is exclusively for bicycles, and type 3 e-bikes are also not legally allowed to be ridden on that type of bikeway. Class 2 and 3 are generally on the road, and they're all allowed there. After reviewing these and with consideration for public comments and commissioner input and this additional research, in general, class 3 electric bicycles exceed normal unassisted riding speeds. They can be propelled faster than people can usually pedal up to. They are not allowed on class 1 bikeways, such as the Recreation Trail. They're not allowed on class 4 bikeways, such as the North Fremont Bikeway route. And they are not considered low speed. They're not defined as low speed. And there's no support from state to consider them low speed. Of course, you can ride them at a lower speed, but they go higher. With all this, we made some adjustments to the use classification. There was some grammar adjustments to the beginning, but ultimately we defined it as rental of bicycles, electric bicycles, and associated equipment, including storage and repairs. A bicycle is a vehicle with 2 wheels propelled by human power through a system of belts, chain, or gears. This definition excludes scooters and quadricycles or surreys. And where our previous definition had a simple reference to California Vehicle Code, section 312.5, we decided to change the use classification for the city to exclude class 3 electric bicycles. To do that, we adjusted the language to state, for the purposes of this use classification, the term electric bicycle encompasses class 1 and class 2 electric bicycles only, and does not include class 3 electric bicycles, as these classes are defined under Vehicle Code section 312.5. This is a bit of a summary of the previous analysis, but the proposed amendments are consistent and remain consistent with the zoning ordinance, the general plan, and the applicable specific plans. These amendments promote a pedestrian and bicycle-friendly environment, moving away from cars, builds on the success of the rec trail and allows people to use it. It highlights the bicycle circulation pathways that are identified in the specific plans, and it contributes, it allows a new inventory of, it adds to the inventory of business activities that can be conducted in the city. It also falls under the city's recently adopted value drivers, encouraging quality of life, allowing opportunities for the public to stay physically and mentally active. It also supports the active mobility value driver, expanding opportunities for people to bike and engage in active transportation and accessibility. So public comments were raised. We received a few letters. They addressed the speed of e-bikes and concern associated with that. Clearly, only class 1 and class 2 e-bikes should be allowed. The size of e-bikes was of concern. Some of them are larger. A concern about entry and egress from storefronts was raised. A concept of introducing a indemnification of the city as additionally insured was also mentioned. There's concern about the types of e-bikes, whether or not they are pedal assist or throttle bikes, and then age limits associated with these bikes, which were presented on the previous slides. Additionally, there was still a request to require a use permit process, and that was included in public comment. So staff's recommendation is to establish a bicycle equipment rentals use classification that excludes the higher speed class 3 bicycles, and to principally permit bicycles and equipment rentals in the open space O district, the Lighthouse specific plan area, and the downtown specific plan area. With that, that concludes staff's recommendation and presentation. The applicants should be on the line, and I believe some of the public commenters may also be here. And that, yep, if you have anything, I'm here.
All right, thank you very much, Matthew. I want to say something before we go ahead, because it seems like there's several items on this particular agenda item. I want to clarify, and I want to get some confirmation from Matthew and Kim on this. Planning Commission can choose, and this is in the handout, to approve or edit the recommended amendments. They can consider applying the bicycle equipment rentals principally permitted use to a reduced area, or they can recommend that the City Council not adopt the ordinance or the specific plan amendments. There's a lot of choices here. And basically, our job today is to make a recommendation. This is where I need some confirmation. Make a recommendation to the City Council not to just approve or deny outright. Is that right, Kim?
Either one of us can answer, but
ahead,
at the same time, you can just approve as it is presented. Another option is to edit the proposed amendments. So if there's a certain district that you're not liking it in, or if there's a certain aspect of it that you'd like changed, that can be discussed and proposed and recommended, or an outright denial of it if the conversation goes that way.
And just building on that a little bit, this is a recommendation to the city council. So only the city council will actually adopt the new laws for our city. So as with all legislative acts, we have quite a bit of discretion as long as we're working within California law. So this is a recommendation. We think as a staff, this is an interesting and good new use to encourage in our mixed use areas in our open space districts. So that's our recommendation to you. Obviously, at the last meeting, we were recommending principally permitted for all classes of bikes. We tried to respond to the public comment we heard, as well as the Planning Commission comment.
And you've also elevated the agenda item to not just a specific application for a specific business owner to a specific site, but basically to change the ordinance and the zoning for many people to have their businesses, correct?
There,
Yeah, so correct. We're changing the city's laws to allow bicycle rentals in these districts. Right now, it's prohibited. And so we're changing the rule book, if you will, or suggesting it be changed to allow bicycle rental businesses.
I will also note that that change to zoning was also proposed during the previous planning commission hearing as well. The previous planning commission was to change the laws for the whole district.
Okay. All right, questions for Matthew?
Yeah. Matthew, to what extent do you think the comments, the letters by Kyle, and Michelle Knight and Kyle Warren regarding principally planned use, permitted use versus use permit? In other words, I'm a little bit concerned about just giving a blanket go ahead when you have, you've got bikes that go almost 30 feet per second. And next to sensitive uses, I right now leaning towards, I think a use permit should be required from the planning commission for these bike shops.
Understood. So the proposed adjustments that we made were to not allow businesses to rent the higher speed bikes. By definition, we excluded the class 3 bikes from.
No, you don't understand. A 20-mile-per-hour bike goes almost 30 feet per second. So those bikes are allowed. And so you have, 20 feet per second, 30 feet per second is quite a speed, 20 miles per hour. If you get hit by something going 20 miles per hour, you're going to feel it. So that was my concern, was the safety of it.
Yeah, I think our challenge, Commissioner Millage, is as we've looked at this, I mean, we have the storefront business where somebody's going to come in, they're going to rent a bike, and then they're going to take it out to the street, and then ultimately possibly to the recreation trail to ride. And there are safety laws for our recreation trail in terms of class 1 and class 2 bikes are permitted but under state law on our recreation trail today. We can't restrict that from occurring. So and it's just like as we were discussing at the staff level, you may have a car rental business. We principally permit or conditionally permit the car rental business as people are coming in, potentially renting the car and looking at that use. But the actual enforcement of the laws on the streets and the roadways is not something that we can control under use permits.
But we can control where these places go. That's my concern. If it becomes principally permitted, then the planning commission has no say of a place being put next to an ice cream store, or a place that's frequented by children, or people who have disabilities. I'm not suggesting, I want to deny, because I don't want to deny. I just want to, I think the planning commission should have a say through a use permit in where these businesses are located. That's all.
That's certainly a policy option that the planning commission could recommend to the city council. If you do recommend, I think as our city attorney suggested at the last meeting, to identify whereas clauses to explain why this business is different than other businesses and what we would be potentially looking at and evaluating in use permits. Choose to go that direction.
Okay. What happened to the lighthouse specific plan? Is that included in the open space?
The lighthouse specific plan is a component of the proposed amendments. There's the open space district and the lighthouse specific plan and the downtown specific plan.
I mean, North Fremont. I'm sorry, mistake. What happened to the North Fremont specific plan?
Understood. At this time, we were remaining with what the applicant had applied for and moving forward with that. The learning lessons that we take from here could be applied to the North Fremont plan in the future, but at present, that's what the applicants had applied for.
Okay. Other questions for Matthew? All right. Don't hear any. So at this point, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
We do have a couple attendees on the call, so just a reminder to provide public comment via Zoom. Please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon.
And this time, I think last time we got kind of mixed up with the applicant and other public commenters. Let's be sure that this time it's the applicant. We'll take them first and the other public commenters second.
Definitely. I don't believe that the applicant is on the line right now, either of the applicants. But we do
Okay.
have a hand raised for public comment.
And on that note, it was my understanding that they would be available for questions and would not have a dedicated presentation.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Why don't you take the first caller then, Jennifer?
Definitely. Michelle Knight, you should have permission to unmute yourself at this time.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you again. My name is Michelle Knight, and I'm a commercial property owner in Monterey and a former owner of 4 bike and e-bike rental locations, as well as 1 bike location in Pacific Grove. And I spoke last time and sent comments to the planning department, and I know you've received a copy of those. As a former planning commissioner in Pacific Grove, I want to reiterate that I believe the planning staff has gotten it wrong this time in advocating for making bike rentals, e-bike rentals, a principally allowed use in the downtown, Lighthouse, and open space districts. Simply excluding Class 3 bikes is only part of the issue. By making it principally allowed, it does not allow any oversight by the city, and I sincerely believe this is a mistake. I do absolutely support making them an allowed use through a use permit process. I understand that the staff has said that the only reason our former businesses had to obtain use permits was because of the Surreys. However, I really am beginning to believe that the e-bikes are the next, quote, Surrey issue for our city. As I pointed out in my letter, the police chief in Pacific Grove has already had several meetings with e-bike vendors in Pacific Grove expressing her department's concerns. Pebble Beach Company has also written letters to all operators, putting them, quote, on notice that they're monitoring e-bikes in the forest. And as an owner of bike rental businesses, I can tell you that especially e-bike rental operation is not just like any other storefront business. By definition, it requires equipment to enter and exit a storefront, often in groups of people, out onto sidewalks before they get to streets. And there are clearly locations in all of these districts where I believe this would not be a safe nor a good spot to locate such an operation. However, I do believe every prospective location deserves the opportunity for a prospective operator to demonstrate that they can operate safely. And thus, this could be done through a use permit process where they could show that they won't disrupt other businesses or endanger the general public. I sincerely hope you add bike rentals and e-bike rentals as an allowed use in these districts through this use permit process. And without city oversight, I believe you would be creating the possibility of many unsafe and inappropriate locations being developed throughout 2 of our busiest city districts and in our often serene open space areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your comments and also for coming back a second time as well. Are there other comments, Jennifer?
I currently see no hands raised. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864 toll free. Once again, that phone number is 833-568-8864. Then enter the webinar ID 161-990-8039. Once again, the webinar ID is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide public comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. And I see no more hands raised. So I think it is clear to move on.
All right. Good enough. Let's open commissioner comments, please.
Go ahead, Mike.
People want to talk, have to unmute themselves, Mike.
There we are.
Thank
think-
you.
I
Mr.
think I'm with-
Dawson.
I think I'm with Milich on this one, and that, don't quote me here, but I'm definitely afraid of getting run over by those bikes on the trail. We walk on the trail now and then, and somebody goes whizzing by, I have a feeling that if they hit me, I mean, I'm gonna have broken bones everywhere. So how do we control the speeds? How do we control the craziness?
Okay. Dan, you're unmuted. You have a
Oh,
comment?
I have the same feeling we had last meeting when we talked about this. Those e-bikes are crazy and it's dangerous out there. I think a use permit would be one way of ensuring that we're doing everything we can to make sure people understand how important safety is in using bikes. Yeah, I've always been concerned about it for some time now. I'm a cyclist myself. They come in swarms with big groups and they don't follow any of the rules.
Well, do you think that this ordinance, Dan, is to prohibit those kinds of rentals?
No, I think it's, for me, it would be to heighten an awareness of the responsibility of the business owners who are renting these things, to reinforce to the people renting them the importance of safety. And, if there's a business that's consistently having problems with that, that we have the opportunity to bring them back and talk to them about it. I mean, once the business goes without a use permit, it just seems like there's no ultimate accountability to things that can happen. And I do realize that you may be confusing something, like a safety standpoint, that's probably more the police department, but I don't see a lot of policing out on the rec trail either.
No.
Well, to that point, I mean, a person could put an electric bike class 3 on the back of a pickup truck, park it in a public parking place on the street, and ride it anywhere he wants, because, well, as you say, there really isn't any kind of policing authority on the designated rec trails or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's no signs. There's no signs saying you can't do that.
I mean, even just like the simple enforcement, we have a very narrow rec trail. We have pedestrians, we have cyclists, we have skateboarders, we have a little bit of everything. And there's no effort into reinforcing where people are supposed to be walking, where cyclists are supposed to be. It's just, chaos.
Okay. Hanson, do you have a comment, please?
Yeah, there's a couple comments. Somebody has So there's feedback coming in, so I don't know who has the feedback. I don't know if everybody can mute and then when I talk, unmute, because there's this awkward feedback. My issues, I mean, I think this is substantially better than what it was before. What one of the worries I have is the throttle. And if you have to pedal, at least you're moving forward. And there's some skill to it. Whereas if you just jump on and you turn a throttle, you can go 20 miles an hour. It's effectively a motorcycle, maybe not a motorcycle, but it's effectively a scooter where you're really not participating in it other than it being a transportation vehicle. And I would like to see that aspect of it regulated, that, you know, if you're just a class 1 electric bike, I think that's fine. But the class 2 and class 3 should be the ones that, and it's not necessarily where they're allowed. Yeah, they're allowed to be there on the rec trail. They're allowed to be on these other places, but it's really the aspect of you don't have to be participating in the bicycle riding in order to ride a class 2 bike. You can just sit on the bike, turn a throttle. And what I, as a cyclist and former motorcycle rider, the problem is with that, people only look straight down in front of them. They don't look ahead. And if you have a throttle, you will just run. You're not really looking 50 feet in front of you. All you're doing is looking right at the bike. If you're not the front of the bike, the front wheel, if you're not actually used to riding and understanding how a cycle actually works. And that's my concern. Again, I think to me, I like it all, and I would recommend it all, other than I would remove class 2 and all class 2 from the approved uses. So just class 1 bicycles would be approved. That would be my recommendation.
Madam Chair.
Again, there's nothing to stop somebody from bringing a class 2 or 3 electric bike into the city, and not from one of the bicycle sales or rental businesses, and just use it at will. So that the problem, it's not so much to me, the business owner, as it is the ability to police the bicycles on the street as they occur. Terry. See, I can't see you, Terry, because you're behind the council chambers.
I'm sitting in your chair too.
I know.
And I have the gavel. I want you to know that. I agree actually with the voice of caution I'm hearing from the other commissioners. I'm a cyclist and I use the bike trail all the time. And I think the being cautious in this case is probably the wise thing to do. It's the 20 miles an hour is can be very dangerous, and it's I think the use permit probably would be smarter.
And,
all right.
and Sandy, my comment to you about people bringing bikes in, well, that argument can be brought in about everything, right? We restrict alcohol sales, but yet somebody can go buy a bunch of alcohol and drive into the city of Monterey and drink it. That argument can be brought up on everything. That we require car rental companies to have a use permit so we can control it. Well, I can drive my car in any point in time. I mean, again, the argument is I don't see the rationale for that. To me, the rationale is, yes, we're going to allow some uses, but part of it is control. I mean, and the one thing about Surreys is that they're not allowed on the rec trail at all. So nobody could bring a Surrey in and drive it on the rec trail because they're not really, maybe they are allowed. I don't know. The only rental places, again, but I don't know where to find a Surrey to actually drive into town and use, other than the rent one. But I think that's that argument. You can make that argument about anything, but again, you can say it about anything. So that's my only comment.
Well, let's go back to Kim's remark or Matthew's remark that the city attorney said that in order to impose a use or a conditional permit requirement on the bicycle sales and rental businesses, how do you prove that it's different? Different than other, I don't know, different than what, but I believe the word different was used.
So my only comment about that would be, what's the difference between class? Have we designated the difference in these resolutions, the difference between all three classes? And so all of a sudden today so last meeting, we were allowing them all. Now we're not, the proposed is not to allow class 3. I don't see, are there any whereases per se that really distinguish the difference between the 3 different classes? We are allowing it. I mean, so to me, if you remove, and again, if you guys want to do, I mean, I think we should at least allow class 1. If everybody else wants to remove everything else, I wouldn't support that, but I think I would support class 1 being principally permitted. And I mean, again, I'm looking through the draft ordinances, and I don't see anything that distinguishes class 1, 2, or 3 that we would need to do anything other than to say, for purposes of this use classification, the term electric bicycles encompass class 1 and does not include class 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I don't see any difference in the draft ordinances that requires any other whereases, because if you're going to exclude, there should have been something in here that says class 3 is dangerous and or whatever. We're not going to do that, and so that would be the only issue. I mean, that's just my comment without, and I'm right here, happy to hear from Kim and other people.
Yeah, I might have a suggestion for consideration. If we're going to go the route that Commissioner Hanson's recommending, perhaps look at class 3, as one of the warehouse clauses, pursuant to the California Vehicle Code, class 3 bikes are prohibited on the recreation trail. So that sets that bike apart. And then, I don't know, Commissioner Hanson had some comments about why class 2 bikes were different with the throttle, and is a different sensation or a different perspective is probably a better word. So, those were the things that I've heard sort of in the debate so far that might distinguish class 2 bikes and class 3 bikes, where class 1 are you're pedaling and there's some assistance. So.
As to the existing whereases, we have a comment about considering limitations on higher speed electric bicycles due to safety concerns and public comment. However, that whereas can be expanded to further distinguish between the different classes of bicycles. In addition,
That's what I would do. I mean, again, that's what my proposal is, and that's what I would support. Again, without, I'm just one vote and one comment. So,
Well, I think that comment probably is going to be echoed by your fellow commissioners. And we've got 3 resolutions here coming up. And my guess is that restricting these bicycle rentals as a principally permitted use, I am guessing that most of the commissioners are going to go for class 1 only. Mike.
Just an aside here, but we're all concerned about safety. Do we have any history of accidents? History of people getting hurt? Do we have any of that history? Because if we don't, we're kind of being too careful.
the staff reports at present don't include data related to crashes on the rec trail.
I think that would be useful to know.
You know,
Can I-
without-
I can add some information. I'm sorry for the background noise. This is Fernando Roveri, principal planner. I did have a discussion unrelated to this topic with the traffic engineer about bicycle accidents on the rec trail, and she said that it was very difficult to log those accidents or collisions as bicycle related because the police chief also mentioned that it was just difficult to do because there isn't consistent police presence there.
Yeah.
And so we don't have any data just because there aren't any deaths on the, if collisions do happen, they're not deathly on the rec trail. So, and so that's why it's so difficult to log them.
So reducing the ordinance to just one class of electric bicycles along with regular people pedaled bicycles is sort of like a passive police action since there isn't any on the rec trail.
Right.
does this mean that if this passes, that the class 2 and class 3 bikes cannot be rented or cannot be ridden on the trail? See
Good
that,
point.
and that's why I think we need to retain a use permit jurisdiction on this.
And then it's like, that's, there, to me, that's two different issues. One is that as a rental program, renting out e-bikes and regular bikes. And if you want to restrict electric bikes on the rec trail, that's a separate discussion. And that's not part of this discussion. I mean, again, I think that that's a separate discussion, but it's not this one. And again, I'm recommending, I mean, that's what I would.
I disagree with that. It's a safety related issue and it all comes to a point right now with whether or not it's a primary permitted use or not. You know, I just don't see why we should give up the safety bit of it by saying, it's okay, whether it's 1 or 2. To me, it doesn't make any difference. 20 miles per hour is where we're looking at. That's the maximum, whether you have a throttle or not. And the only difference between 1 and 2 is the throttle. The 20 miles per hour is still the same, and you can do 20 miles per hour with the throttle, or you can do 20 miles per hour without a throttle.
Well,
I don't see the basis for distinguishing between 1 and 2, but I do see keeping 3 out of it because that goes up to 28 miles. And that's all safety based, Constant. That's what my concerns are.
So as a cyclist, I will disagree with the comments of and it's not that hard to go 20 miles an hour on a bicycle. It's not. It happens all the time. So 20 miles an hour is not an unfair speed. It's hard to do for a long period of time unless you're a good cyclist, but it's doable by everybody. So distinguishing between just pedaling, electric assist, again, it's, to me, when you're pedaling a bike, there's a significant difference between that and a throttle. A throttle, you're talking about speed, but again, we're digressing, and
Yeah, we're good at that.
Well, the two issues are use permit or principally permitted. And the second issue is distinguishing between the classes of electric bicycles. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion?
Has Terry kicked in here?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Terry, what is your thought?
I'm, like I said, I ride on that trail all the time. And I understand the various points being made. I guess the one thing that's sort of sticking in my craw is that if it becomes a use permit item, the idea is that if somebody's trying to install a store that's renting bikes in a place that is awkward for safety reasons, then it would ferret out those types of projects. And I guess I think that's Commissioner Milich's point, is that there's enough of a safety situation there that I'm willing to err towards the cautious for that reason.
I think we're hearing the same thing from all of the commissioners. Perhaps we can, is there anyone who wants to, you see, there's 3 resolutions. One of them is to amend the Monterey City Code 3815 and 3844. One of them is to approve the use on, amend the downtown specific plan. And the third one is to amend the lighthouse specific plan, but all to the same end. Would anybody like to try a motion?
You're muted, Mike.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Brassfield, I know I didn't realize you joined the meeting. Before participating in this item, have you been here for the entire discussion and presentation in
I was
public?
just going to clarify that, Kim.
Okay, thank you.
I have been at another meeting, but I've been trying to sign on, but I was in a place with bad reception. So I can't say I've heard it all. I just wanted to make a statement. I will not be voting on this.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Hanson?
Well, I'm trying to find out in here where it talks about vehicle code in the draft recommendations. I'm just trying to, other than it says for purposes vehicle code 312.5, I don't see under, and I'm looking at them, I'm going through all this stuff, I'm looking for all of the draft ordinances, and I don't see where I need to make changes to it. Again, my recommendation, I would move, so I will move to approve the all 3 for change to the ordinance, to the lighthouse specific plan, and to the downtown specific plan to allow class 1 electric bikes only, and that the reason, the whereas for the class 2 electric bikes is the and I'm going to use the word disconnect, the association of the throttle versus the pedal, the physical act of pedaling to keep the bike moving, that is a significant enough difference that those should not be allowed. There you go.
And to be clear, does that includes regular bikes as well? Only class 1 electric was mentioned.
Well, no, so regular bikes as well, yes, because I was only, yes, sorry.
So regular bikes and class 1 bikes principally permitted in these stated areas: Ozone, Lighthouse, downtown.
Correct.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, a motion has been made to recommend to the city council adoption of an ordinance amending City Code Chapter 3815 and 3844 to add bicycle equipment rentals as a principally permitted use. And let's add for bicycles and Class 1 electric bicycles in the open space zoning district. And to amend the downtown specific plan and the lighthouse specific plan to reflect the same.
Correct. That's what my motion was.
Right, and there has been a second. Is there a discussion of the motion? All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I guess I'll support the motion, even though I had been sort of, responding to the use permit issue. It seems like this motion does reduce the safety component of it quite a bit. So I'm going to vote for this motion.
okay. All right, Jennifer, do you want to take the roll then?
Yes, first we have Chair Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Brassfield.
Abstention.
Okay, Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
and Commissioner Milich.
No,
Okay, I am marking you as a no. And this motion is still approved with a vote of 5. And it is also not appealable because it is going to Planning Commission. I mean, sorry, it's going to the city council after this.
you voted for.
Yeah, wait.
It was
Because
not-
it's going to the city council as a recommendation,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Milich, it was 5 in favor, 1 abstention, and 1 no.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, then. I think we've done a good job here. I think this erring on the side of caution. I'm on the rec trail 4 times a week. And there is a difference, in my view, between pedal power and throttle power. So
I agree.
at this point in time, unless there are further commissioner comments or planning department comments, we're going to adjourn to the evening session, which will begin at 7 o'clock.
My only comment is I'm going to be missing the evening session. And then Kim, I told Jennifer this, that I will be at the next planning commission meeting, but then I will miss the first one in May. I will be out of the country at that point in time and unable to actually connect via Zoom at that point in time. So.
Okay,
Just in anticipation of that, if everyone can look at their calendars over the dinner break and let us know your availability for the next couple of planning commission meetings. I think we're getting close to quorum issues. So thank you.
okay. See everybody later.
I,
All righty.
April 12th, 2022 meeting of the Planning Commission for the City of Monterey. On the agenda tonight are two,
Turn your microphone on.
and I think that we need to provide an opportunity for public comment not on the agenda prior to those items. Is that correct, Kim?
Yes, please.
All right. The first order of business is a roll call. Miss Jennifer.
I want to also thank the public and everyone here waiting and watching along at home for your patience while we experienced technical difficulty with our audio system. And for the roll call, I have Chair Freeman
Here.
Vice Chair Reed has already informed us he would be absent for this section. Commissioner Brassfield,
Present.
Commissioner Dawson,
Here.
Commissioner Fletcher is muted, but I see you.
Muted. Yeah.
And Commissioner Latassa
Here.
and Commissioner Millage.
On Zoom.
Thank you. We are convening with 6 out of our 7 commissioners present. And can I take this minute to announce how viewers at home can join to provide public comment? For items not on the agenda, members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, a secure service that connects you live with no lag time. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey with a 10-second delay and Comcast channel 25 with up to a 90-second delay. If you would like to provide public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom or by telephone, making sure to join in time to accommodate delays. To join the meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, dial 833-56.
Please take your time with the numbers. Be deliberate with them. Don't shoot through them. There's no train to catch.
The phone number to call is 833-568-8864, toll free. Once again, that toll free phone number is 833-568-8864. Then enter the webinar ID. If the first phone number doesn't work, there are more listed on the meeting agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. The webinar ID for this meeting is 161-990-8039. Once again, the webinar ID for this meeting is 161-990-8039. If prompted for a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions for using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Public commenters will be announced using their last 3 phone number digits or the name typed into Zoom. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. Please turn off TV or computer speakers or go to another room while connected, as background noise interferes with the broadcast. Public speakers will be called upon in order of hands raised. There is a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting. Please stay within this limit.
Before we open public comment, I think we need to introduce Jennifer Cleary, Recording Secretary, and Kim Cole, Director of Public Planning, Director of Community Development. And and the 3-minute limit, in all fairness, is for public commenters as well as the applicants, so that everybody's on a level playing field. Let's go ahead with public comment.
This will be for items not on the agenda.
Mic on.
If it's green.
It's green.
Okay, then yeah.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. I wanted to bring several items to the attention of the Planning Commission. First of all is the compatible use plan or study that was contracted by RFP in 2020. It was supposed to be a very public process. And I have copies of my recent letter to the council here for each member of the Planning Commission and one copy for staff. This was supposed to be a very public process, but we have heard nothing about this project. One of the objectives of the compatible use plan is to recommend potential changes to local government growth policies and or land use regulations. This is for all the communities around the military facilities in Monterey County, including the facilities right here in the city of Monterey. So this has wide-ranging impacts to the residents, to the visitors, to the businesses of Monterey and to Monterey County. And the first objective of this plan was to involve the public and other stakeholders in all stages of the planning process. And repeatedly in the RFP for this, there was extensive information about how public this was going to be, but it's been a very stealth process. There's been nothing in the local newspapers that I've seen. There's been nothing that anyone's reported in the local news media. And so what's happening with this process, I asked the city council to halt this project at this time and to investigate what is going on. There are recommendations that will be finalized this summer, and already the process is very far along and the public has not been a part of this. This will dramatically affect land use planning here, and we need to be on top of this. Secondly, I requested from AT&T information about the fiber program, the fiber installation that's going on in the neighborhoods. I was asked a very simple question, and I said, what is happening? What is the goal? Will there be attaching wireless equipment to this fiber, or will it be simply fiber to the home? And I will give you a copy of what AT&T wrote back to me. Their response was basically, we're not going to tell you. They started off by talking about the availability and upgrades of AT&T wireless service. So it's a surety that they will be attaching wireless devices to this fiber backbone, which they've talked about publicly before. So this is, again, another land use planning issue. No permits, no nothing, but the fiber backbone is being laid to create more wireless nodes and facilities in the city, in the neighborhoods next to where people live. And I have a copy of that letter. Third, you probably heard in the media about the FAA uproar about 5G being near the airport. The facilities here with the Naval Postgraduate School, the Hyatt Regency, the 5G facility on the beach is right adjacent to the airport. I wrote to the airport, I've written to the city council, got no response from the city council, but the airport did respond that they're monitoring the FAA, they're waiting if they get any information, but they're not taking an aggressive stance to see if this will interfere with radar altimeters, which has been widely reported. And of course, you know, the people in Oak Grove and north of the postgraduate school live under the flight path of the airport. So this is a public safety issue. Finally, I'd like to address 5G on the beach, which was installed without any public process, without any permitting by the Navy next to the state beach. There's again been, I brought this to the attention of the city council, and there's just silence. The tourists and the residents of this community have been turned into test subjects for the Navy's project, which is now apparently all the new facilities approved for AT&T are going to be 5G and a part of this Navy project. This is, what is the point of land use planning? Is this something that the city and the Planning Commission are going to permit? The public waits to see what's going to be happening with all these facilities. The wireless ordinance comes next meeting. These facilities, are they going to be just carte blanche allowed? And 5G is still not something this community has addressed in terms of the environmental impacts, the impacts to birds. When the military activated a 5G site in New Mexico, hundreds of thousands of birds died. This was Navy experimentation, such as will be happening here on the beach. And this will be the impact to marine life, to birds, to insects, and to the public. This is something that, this is land use planning, and this is something that the Planning Commission must address. These are documents for the, thank you.
Thank you, Nina.
Jennifer, is there any additional public comment online? Does anyone have their hand raised?
I currently see no hands raised. But just as a reminder, if you are already in the Zoom meeting, you can use the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen or dial *9 to raise your hand. And I see no hands being raised. So I think we can move on.
All right.
And I just want to note that I will also be uploading the letters that Nina has scanned tomorrow. I can scan and upload them to the public comments page, monterey.org/submitted comments.
Okay. Thank you. Our first regular agenda item is it's Hawthorne Street, right? Okay, there are two. Consider 600, 650, and 662 Hawthorne Street use permit 220032 to allow modifications to an existing wireless facility. The applicant, Michelle Vernotico, General Dynamics Information Technology Incorporated, on behalf of New Singular Wireless PCS LLC, parenthesis, AT&T Mobility, property owner. Property owner is First Baptist Church of Monterey, care of Nathan Rain, R3 zoning district, residential, medium density, general plan designation exempt from CEQA for Article 19, Section 15303, Class 3. Staff presentation.
The city of Monterey has joining us today, Jerry Hiddleman with Rincon, who will make the presentation. And Jerry, do you need me to show the presentation or are you going to share your screen?
Either way is fine. I can share my screen if that makes it easier.
It does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just set this up. Okay, let me share. Okay, can everyone see the presentation?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. The item before you tonight is an emergency generator project for an AT&T wireless facility located at 662, 650, and 600 Hawthorne Street. And this is a use permit. Project location, as stated, is east of Hawthorne Street in the parking lot of the First Baptist Church of Monterey, and the church building is located here. So you'll see that the wireless antennas are in the cupola of this building, and the emergency generator will be approximately right there in the parking lot. As stated, it's an emergency generator project. They'll be installing conduit and support equipment. Ownership, First Baptist Church of Monterey, applicant Michelle Vernotico. And this is for New Singular Wireless, which is also known as AT&T Mobility. It's in the medium density residential zone and general plan designation. So it's considered a modification of this existing wireless facility. It's expanded lease area. So we're looking at a new project with a 150-day shot clock, which ends on August 4th of this year. It'll provide emergency power during electrical shutdowns and emergencies. So just to show you the general layout of this project, again, as you saw in the aerial photo, the emergency generator will actually be at 662 Hawthorne, taking up these two parking spaces, but leaving the drive aisle. And then there'll be emergency conduit going behind this property is also a church property at 650 Hawthorne, again, over to 600 Hawthorne Street with underground conduit, and then into the building in the back of the building at this location. And then we'll be serving again the AT&T equipment and antennas up in the roof or the cupola for this church building. Here's a close-up of the emergency generator. It's right there. It'll have 8-foot, 2-inch high walls surrounding it with an opening over here for a gate. It'll be 5 feet from the side property line and 9 foot, 10 inches from the rear property line. This is in the medium density residential zone. This is considered to be an accessory building or structure, I would say. And for accessory structures, they have to be 5 feet from the property lines. So you can see that this proposal does meet the 5-foot setbacks. Here's the conduit that comes out of the emergency generator. This shows elevations of the proposed enclosure. Again, you'll have a locked gate, the concrete block walls. Here's a section through the walls. It'll have a finish coat or stucco finish, which would be tan. And again, 8-foot, 2-inch high block walls, which will actually help attenuate the sound, as we'll get into later. Here's an elevation of the actual emergency generator. We'll have a diesel fuel tank below. The generator is over here, and it does have an exhaust vent that goes up to 12 feet high. And that is the height limit for accessory structures in this zone. So meets all zoning requirements. And it's called the Generac 30 kilowatt diesel generator, and it has the 190 gallon diesel tank. This just shows a little bit different orientation of how you have the emergency generator. Over here, this is a broken, so it is quite a little bit of distance from the actual building. And then this shows what the church structure looks like with the cupola, and the antennas are up in the cupola again. Do have some photo simulations showing the view from First Hawthorne Street. You can see the parking lot. You can see the concrete block walls. Here's the vent coming off the top at a 12-foot height. Here is the view from Prescott Avenue. It's a little bit longer view, but again, you can see the concrete block enclosure. Here's the entry gate, and it'll be at the end of the parking lot from this perspective. Now, getting into the sensitive noise receptors near the site. So again, the emergency generator will be right there where project site is pointing. We do have some residences in this location, and this is a mixed use development. So you have commercial on the ground floor, and you have some residential on the top floors of this building. These residential structures are about 100 feet from the generator. There are some commercial buildings here. They're a little bit closer, probably under 50 feet from the generator itself. Now, a maximum of 100 hours of non-emergency use for testing is allowed per year. The generator will be tested every 2 months or bi-monthly for 30 minutes at a time. This will be between the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. No evening hours for the testing of this generator. As you can see, we do have noise levels for residential property. The maximum is 60 decibels during the day, 55 decibels at night. And for the commercial, buildings and property. To the east, 65 decibels during the day, 65 decibels at night. Now at the commercial building to the north, we're looking at a maximum noise level of 50 decibels at 50 feet. And for the residences to the southwest and to the east, we're looking at 41 decibels at 100 feet. And I should point out, it's not on this slide, but the actual noise 3 feet from the front of the generator is 62 decibels at 3 feet. So again, we're below the noise limits for nighttime and daytime at 52 decibels and 41 decibels for the residences. So they do comply with the city's noise requirements. We do have some conditions of approval for noise. The emergency generator shall only be used during emergency power shutoffs and again for the bi-monthly testing. We do have another condition that an APCD permit shall be obtained if required. Now, my understanding, this is a below a 50 horsepower unit, so APCD might not require the permits, but we still want them to at least try and be in contact with APCD to ensure that. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve use permit 220032 for an emergency generator with the recommended findings for decision and conditions of approval. And I'm available for questions, and I saw that the applicant is also present. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm sure commissioners have some questions, so well, you're sitting right next to me.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you. So keep this map up on the screen. So I guess the arrowhead of that blue arrow is the location.
Yes.
And right below the P in the term project site is a brown roof. What is that structure?
My understanding is it's an accessory structure to the church. It's owned by the church itself.
Okay.
So it's not a residence.
Okay, but it's zoned as a, what is the zoning of the parcel that little structure is on?
The whole property here is medium density residential R3.
Yeah, I should just clarify, I believe that is a residential structure for the church, like a manager type person for the church.
Okay.
Okay. So but that structure is not considered a residence in your sort of
We could consider it to be a residence for noise purposes, sure.
Okay. I mean, I'm just asking if the little charts that you put up, how does that structure relate to those numbers?
Yeah, well, that structure would, well, again, the generator itself is 62 decibels at 3 feet, and that's at the front, which is over here where the gate is open. So in the back, it would be below 60 decibels.
Okay, so it would meet the city's decibel requirement.
Yes.
One other question is why not just use natural gas? Why use diesel?
That's probably a better question for the applicant. I think these are typically the generators we've seen go in associated with cell units with wireless antennas.
Okay, it's just that, it seems like they must have some policy or technical reasons why natural gas wouldn't just be the fuel of choice, because it tends to be uninterrupted.
Mhm.
And then the last is sort of a procedural question. So this wouldn't go to ARC. This is exempt from ARC.
Yes, this is the review of the project.
Right. And that's per the city ordinance related to this. Yeah. Okay.
Other commissioners may have questions, but I can't see you because we're not on the Hollywood Squares right
So
now.
Jerry, if you can stop sharing your screen, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve, I see it.
Is there any built-in security to protect it from vandalism? I notice it's a standalone type of structure.
Commissioner Milich, I believe it's only the 8'2" walls and, the lock security gate up front.
So there is a lock
Yes.
gate, all right,
Yeah.
separate and apart from the generator itself.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Dawson.
I have a question about the size of the generator. 30 kilowatts is a whole lot of power. And I didn't think any of these antennas carried even a little bit of that. These are very low power antennas. And so we're dealing with 30 kilowatts. That's 30 toasters. that's a whole lot of power. So how come so much?
Commissioner Dawson, I can't give you a scientific answer, but it's not just for the antennas. It is for the support equipment. There are a number of cabinets in the church building that support the antennas. So I would imagine it's for both the antennas and support equipment.
And the heating and the cooling and the hot dogs in the afternoon, and et cetera.
They'll keep the church going also.
Okay, fine.
Is there a residence on site for the pastor?
There is a residence sort of adjacent to this facility that's associated with the church. I don't know.
Is it also, would that also be on the generator?
No, the generator's just serving the actual wireless facility, correct, Jerry?
That's correct. The conduit will go behind that building towards the church building. It won't be connected to the residence.
Okay, thank you. I thought perhaps the 30 kilowatts was used to include a residence, but apparently not.
No.
Dan?
No questions. This is very similar to a project we were earlier up by the Red Lion Hotel.
Right.
Mike Brassfield?
Yes. What are the parking requirements? Does this one take up 2 of those spots that's required?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Bressfield. When the church was, I looked into this, the church was built in the 1940s with no parking requirement. They had all this property. I think originally they were parking on the street, and they added voluntarily these parking spaces over the past 80 years. So it's not, the parking is not tied to any city project or requirement. So it's all been voluntarily installed by the church over the years. So we feel that taking out these 2 spaces would not encroach upon any city requirement.
Okay, thank you. And then is there any reason why it has to start at 7:30 in the morning?
Not that I'm aware of. That's just the range. I would hope that they would do it more towards, the midpoint of the day if possible.
But that brings up the point, because having to have work nights, I can tell you that when someone starts a generator in the neighborhood at 7:30 in the morning, it can get a little irritating. So I would recommend that they take it to about 9 o'clock, but that will have to be part of the later discussion. I think that would cover my questions. Thank you, Jerry.
I have a question, Jerry. What is the range of the wireless facility? Is it just for the church and the church property, or does it extend beyond that to the neighborhood?
Thank you, Chair. That is an AT&T wireless facility that is for the neighborhood, and I can't give you the range because that's not the focus of the project, but it's not just for the church property. This is
Okay.
a typical antenna, wireless antenna facility.
You mentioned that the enclosure is 12 feet high because that is what the city of Monterey allows in terms of height. Is the implication that it could be higher if the city allowed it?
No, I think that's actually how the unit is constructed. From working on other emergency generator projects, they are typically about 12 feet for the vent. That's only for the vent, not the actual generator itself.
And I think the wall surrounding it was 8 feet. Is that correct, Jerry?
That's correct.
Yeah. So the predominant visual presence of the building is 8 feet, and then it has an exhaust pipe that extends up to 12.
Okay.
Correct.
If there are no other questions from the commissioners to Jerry, perhaps the applicant would like to make a presentation.
Sorry, I lost my window with the list. The applicant is raising their hand. I can allow them to speak right now. And Michelle, you should have the floor.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
And thank you.
Hi, thanks. So I did want to address one of the questions that Mike Field asked. Can you repeat your question?
Which question? The question about starting time of the operation for testing?
Yeah, so the starting time, we can always look towards the church to see what's the best time to start and also end our 30-minute time frame for maintenance check. So that's something that we can do with the church.
Well, my question was regarding to anybody in proximity that may be trying to sleep, trying to figure out some hours that wouldn't impact them as much as 7:30 in the morning.
Correct. So if we work with the church, Mr. Nate Wren, he's been very helpful with giving us information about the site and also timeframes and that sort of thing. So we can work with him to make sure that the surrounding area and the church itself doesn't have a mass going or something like that when the maintenance is being completed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I think Jerry already confirmed with the chair that the vent pipe is the only thing that's going to be extending up to 12 feet. And the wall itself will be 8'2". The generator itself is only 7'8". So it does hide behind that wall. So I just wanted to clarify that. And if you have any more questions, I'm here to answer those for you.
Well, Mike Dawson asked a question regarding noise of a diesel generation and why he couldn't use natural gas.
So the natural gas is actually something that the state doesn't like us to use, because I've asked that question myself, and we've also been asked about some other forms of generators to be used. This is actually the generator that's been used across the state and also across the nation under their FirstNet program. So this is under the 50 horsepower that usually is required to receive a permit by the air quality districts as well. And it has the most sound attenuation that's already connected to it, but the actual concrete wall that's going around it is helping mitigate that noise as well. So they're using the smallest generator that they can for the need of supporting the wireless system.
Thank you.
So can I ask a question? Thank you. So I don't understand your answer. Why not use natural gas?
Natural gas is actually not something that the state wants AT&T to use.
They want them to use a harsher product.
I'm sorry, Mike?
They want them to use a harsher product.
A what
Diesel is
project?
more harmful. Diesel is more harmful to the environment than natural gas.
True.
Oh, okay, I understand. So,
Well, there is a problem with natural gas in that the kind of tragedy we'd have around this area would be a big shaker. And with the big shaker, you can lose gas pressure for days. And so you probably don't want your backup to be natural gas fired because it can go away.
I can also provide staff a written response from AT&T if this is something that is requested. We can definitely do that.
All right. I think you should go ahead and do that because this question will come up again about gas versus diesel. And I think it's a valid question. I want to say, I really like your drawings. The elevations that show the top, I should have looked at it a little more carefully, the top of the generator, top of the ventilation pipes, et cetera. Really nicely done. Are there any other questions for the applicant?
Either for the applicant or Jerry. He mentioned that there was another test that may be required. And I'm trying to figure out if we haven't got an answer, why is it to the commission if we don't have the answer?
So Jerry was talking about the air quality test, and that is something that these types of generators are under 50 horsepower, so they're actually exempt from air quality permitting.
So that means that,
Air pollution control district.
Right.
yeah, that means that nobody will be making a decision on that. Is that correct?
So they're already under the threshold that's required for them to receive any permit. They are reviewed by the fire department. They do come out and review, do inspection prior to any use of the generator.
As well as the building department would require a building permit as well.
Thank you.
So the way that we wrote the condition, the intent is to get confirmation from the Air Pollution Control District that no permit is required. And we like that double check. We do that with our responsible agencies. And we do not believe a permit is required, as the applicant suggested, but through the building permit process, we'll get written confirmation that that is accurate.
Thanks, Kim. That's what I was looking for.
I guess one last question. The fire department would review it at the building permit stage?
Correct. It gets routed to them as well. And they keep charts, I believe, of all our diesel fuel tanks in the city of Monterey.
Well, that's something I didn't know. Keeping track of all the diesel fuel tanks. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Very good. At this point in time then, thank you very much. If I can call you Michelle.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Let's open public comment. And Jennifer, do we have people signed up to offer comments?
We do have one hand raised. Before I answer that, I'll just announce again to provide public comment via Zoom. Once you are in the meeting, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of your screen, or to provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. Once again, the phone number to join this meeting is 833-568-8864. That's a toll-free number. And once again, it is 833-568-8864. Then enter the webinar ID 161-990-8039. Once again, the webinar ID for this meeting is 161-990-8039. We have M. Becker raising their hand. They should be able to speak now. M. Becker is unmuted and should be able to speak with the Planning Commission.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you. My name is Mike Becker. I'm with Foursome Development and the Cannery Row Company, and I'm representing and being the agent for the Lighthouse Square building, which is on the corner of Prescott and Lighthouse Square. We built that about 14 years ago. Very extensive project, very luxurious, nice views, and good, stable clientele in the apartment units. Very stable, long-term stays, actually. We are not opposed to an emergency generator behind these apartment units in the parking lot. We are not opposed. We are opposed to one that is substantially built to bare minimums and will produce noise to disturb our apartment residents when operating. Common sense needs to override reports. An old French word of wisdom: place a frog in a pan of water, raise the temperature 1 degree per day, and the frog will never know it's being cooked. I'm talking about noise here. For information, I have installed 7 emergency generators: 5K, 75, 100, 250, 450, 650, and a 750 kW engine generator sets. All were active during the big earthquake of late 80s and other events where power was knocked out. Diesel is the appropriate fuel for emergency generators. Gas will be interrupted should we have a big shaker again. So the key point here, all my installs were in hotels, resorts, and silence is golden. You don't check into a hotel and listen to an engine generator set. Testing, non-testing, maintenance, tune-ups that go all day long, and pay premium rates. Sound and noise from a gen set is produced on the radiator, the engine, and via the muffler, depending on the cold start, age of the unit, last tune-up, and the loads. The loads. Depending on loads, it will go up and down, and hum away. You can purchase a generator that is whisper quiet, but they're quite expensive. And you won't hear anything beyond 25 feet. You won't even know it's running. I've had to rent those because of hotel settings. It all comes down to importance and cost, or if your mother-in-law or mother lives down around the corner. My issues: the block wall, not insulated, or sound deadening on the interior. There's no roof to muffle down the sound, with proper venting, of course, and a fan. It's very simple. You have leakage. No sound insulated door. It's a thin piece of metal with openings all the way around. It needs to be sound insulated door. A metal facing, and the gate is facing the apartments, not the church. So keep that in mind. There's leakage there. Engine generator, is installed above a 190-gallon diesel tank. So the top of the generator is practically at the very top of the block wall. So the block wall is serving no purpose unless that thing is down in the bowels. So I have a problem with that issue alone. The block wall is not going to serve any purpose. I will tell you, in 4 years, that's going to be a rust bucket. I just took one off a roof, 3.5 years, and it just rusted. Rusted, even though it was power coated. So keep that in mind. I might save you a couple dollars. So twice testing. The sound decibels behind the apartments are generally at around 11 to midnight, starting at 52 decibels. Early morning, 6 o'clock, maybe 54, depends if there's a bus, truck, or traffic. So it's pretty quiet back there, and the tenants love that. It was few cars, light wind, and some city sounds. I will be requesting that the automatic testing be contained between the hours of 11 and noon. not 7:30. That was stated earlier. That was a good catch. We have moms and babies up there. If you go to Pebble Beach on the first of the month on Wednesdays, that's where every generator in Pebble Beach turns on for testing. You'll know every house that has a generator. It's just the way it is. Sound is a very interesting item. It travels, it bounces, it builds, it goes everywhere depending on overcast, the clouds, and the fog. 3 weeks ago, I had a call from 5 tenants. There was a motor on the roof due to a restaurant we have on the first floor, Lighthouse Avenue. The motor was out of round, and it was thumping, and it caused a sound. All 5 apartments heard it and told me. So that's how sensitive it is down there. It's very quiet. So now I'm going to close with a funny story. I used to live in Upper Skyline Drive up there on Huckleberry. I could hear individual sea lions at the end of wharf number 2 depending on the cloud cover. That was over 2.5 miles as the crow flies. Sound is a funny thing. Now, speaking of noise levels, last time you bought a car, they told you we're going to get 30 miles per gallon, right? Well, wrong. You didn't get 30 miles per gallon. You got something a lot less. A lot of these reports you get with these manufacturers are not very accurate. These things make sound. Radiator, the engine, and most specifically the muffler. And I'm going to assume the muffler's at the top of the engine and it's going to be at the top of the wall. So we need to study this and put a roof on this thing and there will be no issue. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, and most informative. Well, anybody else, Jennifer?
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
All right, let's move to.
Before we do that, is there anyone in the council chambers that would like to speak on this item? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kim. So before we begin the commissioner comments, the public commenter offered both problems and solutions for the construction of this generator enclosure. And we might comment on that, I think. Anybody?
Well, I mean, Mr. Becker made a compelling presentation representing the apartments that are going to be most impacted by this project. And maybe we should ask the applicant if they can bump this up a little bit. I mean, certainly not over 12 feet, but would a roof be possible? Or we could just require a roof. So we might as well have
And insulation.
Right.
insulation.
Yes, he mentioned insulated door, the block wall wasn't muffled, and a roof on the top, and refining the hours from 7 to 5 to 11 to noon. I think those were his 4 main points.
Madam Chair, didn't the applicant say that the height of the unit was 11 feet something, and it would fit therefore in the 12-foot high walls? But does that give enough room for insulation and a roof to fit under the 12-foot packs? Or is the 12-foot set in stone, or can we vary that to?
We have 2 architects and an engineer here that probably can tell us in their ideas.
Yeah, I'd like to have that answer.
Yeah, I'll just briefly make a comment. The generator enclosure itself is only 8 feet tall, and it's the exhaust pipe that extends to 12 feet. So there appears to be adequate room. But I would like to ask the applicant to potentially do some sort of roof structure. There will also be minimum building requirements, and maybe either Dan or Terry know the distance between the exhaust pipe and the roof structure. I know there's a minimum, there's a calculation about the height of that element.
I know that in structures like this, it's all about ventilation. So that's the key to a generator room with a roof on it, is to have lots of ventilation. So
including a fan.
I don't know. It's, that's, what do you, I mean, that's up to the applicant, really, if we tell them to put a roof on it. What do you think, Dan?
I think Michael Becker made some very good points about noise. And it does seem like if you could include that and insulate the building, that would solve that problem.
Can't understand you, Dan.
Is it,
It's echoing and blabbing.
is that coming from mine?
You, Steve.
Well, I mean, hopefully the ventilation grills would face away from the apartment building.
Yeah.
Well, if it goes away from the apartment building, it might go to the occupied building next door.
Well, no, but there's a side of the structure that faces the big parking lot. That would be
Yeah, the front, yeah.
But I don't, it's not up to us to design this thing. I guess we can, maybe just ask the applicant to revise the plans to include a roof and insulation and better hours.
Can you make that a motion?
Sure. What do you, are we ready?
Can we
Has
ask,
Mike Dawson made his comments yet? And I think the answer to your question is yes, but Mike, do you have something?
Nothing more.
Okay, I'll make a motion to, well, let's talk about this motion, Kim. Are we okay with the continuance? Or are we,
what I'd like to do is just, if it's okay with the commission, is to ask the applicant if
Yeah,
they're able
okay.
to accommodate this, and then we'll know if it's problematic.
okay, good.
If the
that's-
applicant would like to return to the phone, whatever device you're using, and talk about these solutions.
Michelle should be able to speak at this time. And I want to, while she's unmuting, I do want to announce there is another hand raised. Mike Becker has his hand raised again. I just want to let you know if you want, we would have to reopen public comment if he was to speak.
All right, well, let's reopen public comment, and I'd like to hear from the applicant first and from Mr. Becker second.
Okay, Michelle should have the ability to speak now.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. It popped up again, so let me make sure. We yet to put an enclosure on the top of any or roof on top of any of the enclosures that done so this is our first request for that. So we would have to take it back to our engineers to make sure this is something that is doable.
And about the insulation,
There could be more information on the insulation too from our engineers on whether or not we can include that. We haven't been asked that question either.
okay? And the hours, 11 to noon, how does that work for you?
That would not be a problem. We would just coordinate that with the church.
Okay. Well, the block wall not being muffled and the door not being insulated and there not being a roof on the enclosure, those would be the items so far that you would ask your engineer for.
Also directing the sound away from the apartments out to the parking lot. On the roof, on the vents in the, was also mentioned,
All right, directing the vents away from the apartments. Okay.
right.
So that's a neat little list. Perhaps we could bring Mr. Becker in now for an additional public comment.
Mike Becker should have the floor.
Yeah, I just want a friendly reminder, the door needs to be insulated and tightly fitted.
Yeah, 2-inch space underneath is not good.
Correct. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Wow.
All right, let's close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Sounds like we aren't going to approve tonight,
Well,
but
I had a question. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's another way to do it, was where we approve it with these conditions. What do you think?
We can do it either way.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve this item at 600, 650, and 650 or 662 Hawthorne Street with the following conditions: that it be provided with a roof, that the structure has sound insulation on the interior, that the door is tightly fitted and has sound insulation, that any vents face away from the apartment building next door, and that the hours of testing operation are between 11 and 12 in the morning.
11 a.m. and 4 p.m.
To the other pages of conditions here.
Yeah, that's a good point. That so that would be in additional conditions to the conditions stated in the staff report.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Commissioner Brassfield. So motion has been made to approve with additional conditions on top of the conditions listed in the staff report. Is there any discussion of the motion? Okay. Jennifer, you want to call for a vote and take the roll?
First, we have Chair Freeman.
Approve.
Vice Chair Reed is absent. Commissioner Brassfield,
Aye.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milich.
Yes.
Thank you. This motion passed with a vote of 6, and it is appealable to the Planning Commission within 2 days, 3 days?
Council.
To the city
Available
council
to
in
the-
3 days.
available to the city council.
Yes, thank you for correcting me. And it's within the next 3 days, correct?
Is it 3 or is it 10?
For regular projects, it is 10, but the state has set only a 3-day appeal period for wireless.
Gotcha.
Actually, it's a city requirement, and we do that so we can meet the shot clocks.
Thank you for clarifying.
And just a comment on the vote, I think that by adding the conditions, but while approving the project allows us to meet the shot clock in a much better fashion. The next item of business is consider 2200 Garden Road Use Permit Amendment, UP 220024, to allow modifications to an existing GTE MobileNet of California Limited Partnership doing business as Verizon Personal Wireless Service Facility. The applicant is Eric Lentz Planning on behalf of Verizon. The owner is Redwood Gulch LLC. It is in the IR 130 RA ESMF zoning district, industrial general land use designation, exempt from CEQA per Article 19, Section 15303, Class 3. We'll begin with a staff report. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Let me share my screen again. Let's see. Can everybody see the presentation now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. This project, as stated, is the modification of an existing Verizon wireless facility, 2200 Garden Road. Let's see. The location is, as you can see, between Garden Road and State Route 68. There's an existing transmission tower with a number of antennas on it that you'll see later in the presentation. It's been there since 1995. It's behind this light industrial building. As described, this is modification of the existing facility. So they'll be removing 6 existing panel antennas, about 55 inches tall, and installing 6 new panel antennas about the same height. They will relocate 1 existing antenna. They'll be removing and replacing a number of remote radio units, basically support equipment. And this is an upgrade from 4G to 5G. The ownership of the property is Redwood Gulch LLC. As stated, Eric Lentz is representing GTE MobileNet of California, which is also known as Verizon Wireless. The zoning designation, I won't go through all that, but it is basically light industrial as stated for the general plan designation as well. This proposal is considered to be what's called an eligible facilities request under section 6409A of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act. So again, it has been a wireless facility out there since 1995. The project is in conformance with conditions of the original use permit. This would not be a substantial change because they're swapping out antennas per the FCC definition. As Kim mentioned, this is a shot clock project, so a 60-day shot clock, which ends on May 18th. Here's a site plan showing what's existing at the site. On the top, that's support equipment, cabinets, and enclosure. And here is the transmission tower, about 70 feet tall, with a number of antennas on there for both Verizon and Sprint, which are above the Verizon antennas. So as you can see, the existing Verizon antennas are on the left, and the darker colored antennas on the right are proposed to be replaced. You can see they're approximately the same size, same width, same height. And we are getting 1 relocated antenna right over here. So this antenna will be removed and actually replaced with this antenna in this location. So you can see a good comparison, at least in the site plan, what's being existing and replaced. From the west elevation, you can see the existing antennas. The replacement antennas are in the dark color here, generally the same location as the existing antennas if you compare the two. And again, above, these are the Sprint antennas, which are not part of this project. So these antennas will be below probably like a 65, 70-foot elevation above ground. South elevation, again, you can see the antennas that are being replaced on the right. And these are the darker color antennas right here. Not much of a difference visually. We do have photo simulations showing existing and proposed. As you can see, substantially the same. This is the view from the parking lot off Garden Road, looking back at the antenna. I should say this is from, I believe, parking lot as well, but a little bit closer view. And then we do have a view from Garden Road at the distance, and this is the transmission tower that has been, again, been there for over 25 years. So from a radio frequency standpoint, we had a study done. We had it reviewed by a third party, CTC engineers. Hammett and Edison did the original report. And the replacement antennas are greater than 60 feet above ground. They found that there's no cumulative impact with the existing Sprint antennas, which are a little bit older. The general public exposure limits will not be exceeded at ground level or at any adjacent properties. And no multi-story elevated structures are within 200 feet of the property, as I'll show you on the next few slides. So we do have a vertical portrayal of what the occupational limit would be from the new antennas and the public limit, 100% of the public limit. Anything outside of these will be below 100% of these limits. So as you can see, it does spray out from the approximately 60 to 70 foot level in a horizontal fashion. And if you look at the aerial photo of the transmission tower over here, it will not go beyond the green circle that you see, which is 130 feet out from the antennas. So anything beyond this 130 foot level will be below the FCC public exposure requirements. I put the 200 foot in here as well, so you can see that 200 feet brings it out, not even to the buildings to the east. And I should point out these buildings are to the east are about 30 to 40 feet in height, and the antennas will be at the 60 to 70 foot level. So again, you won't have any exposure beyond this limit that will exceed FCC requirements. We also put some radio frequency conditions on the project that prior to final inspection, a post-installation RF coverage report is required to verify that these figures are correct before it's operational. And also that they have yellow caution signs out there installed warning workers of a potential RF hazard. Should point out that those signs are probably out there right now as well, but we'll double check to make sure that they're out there. The property is near the airport. Project site is basically this blue star right here, which is about 0.2 of a mile south of the airport. It's located in what's known as Zone 7 of the airport influence area and subject to review by the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission. So we did a preliminary analysis for the airport and compatibility, the airport land use compatibility plan. And airspace review is not required because the existing lattice tower is less than 100 feet. It's not considered a new structure. It's replacing parts of an existing structure. There's no occupants. Project site is not designated an urban area within the airport influence area. And we added condition number 12 to the resolution saying that the Airport Land Use Commission shall approval is required prior to issuance of building permits for this project to ensure that they have their proper review before this is constructed. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve use permit amendment 220024 with the recommended findings for decision and conditions of approval. Again, I'm available for questions, and we do have the applicant in attendance as well to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Commissioner, questions for Jerry?
I guess this couple of questions. In general, the difference between 4G and 5G, that 200-foot bubble, what would the 4G bubble be? Can you give me that, or is that it depends on the report?
Yeah, that depends on the report. I believe it would be a little bit less than 130 feet, but I can't tell you the exact number. I do understand the applicant brought the RF engineer, or the RF engineer is in attendance to answer maybe those kind of questions.
Okay. And I guess that condition 12 is sort of the key to it, because that somebody mentioned earlier in public comments about 5G in relation to airports. So if the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission has to approve it, that's really their responsibility.
Correct.
How does this Land Use Commission at the airport relate to our shot clock?
So we're taking a conservative approach. We wanted to either approve or deny this project within 60 days and to allow for appeals to City Council. So we are within our shot clock.
Okay.
The Airport Land Use Commission is working very hard to work within that time frame as well. I believe it's going to be on the ALUC agenda at the beginning of May.
Okay.
So we should have an answer from them, right around the beginning of May.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay. Other commissioners, do you have questions for Jerry at this time?
And Jerry, can you stop sharing your screen so we can see the commissioners?
Yes.
I'll ask a question of Jerry. Did you say that there's going to be 9 transmitters versus the previous 6?
No, 6 antennas. They are doing a few more remote radio units, which do not have the RF capacity of antennas.
Is this a new improvement?
No, they're replacing the existing ones, but they are taking out 6 remote radio units and replacing them with 9. That is correct.
So that's what I'm asking. What is the difference of, you increase it by 3 to 9, and that's not an improvement, or is it, what kind of an improvement?
They under the FCC 6409 requirements, you can replace up to 4 add up to 4 cabinets without, or support, which is support equipment, without going out of the eligible facilities request category. So they are well within the FCC guidelines.
Okay. That doesn't mean okay, it means I understand.
Understood.
Hello.
Mike Dawson.
I have a few questions. Packet page 167. It says something about microwave. Doesn't say microwave dish, doesn't say microwave oven. It's just microwave. And that should be cleared up. And packet page 170, there's two iterations of with the in a row. So that should be cleaned up. And let's see, packet page 166, there's an of that should be an if when you look at it, just so you know. I also had a comment about the FAA, the radar altimeter that Nina Beatty mentioned. I once had an apartment house with a dish, and was in the flight path at SFO. And every time an airplane came by, HBO went off the air because it was radar altimeter, and he was shooting right down into my apartment house. So that's a real issue. In with 5G, they're starting to turn off the phones at certain areas around airports. So that's definitely should be something that the Airport Land Use Committee should look at.
Thank you, Mike. Dan?
No, that was a pretty good presentation by Jerry. It's detailed.
All right. I don't have any questions. I have to say, I like your before and after, existing and proposed. The photos are good.
I guess I do have one other question, Jerry. Are there any other 5G facilities in Monterey?
Thank you for your question. No, this is the first one being processed by the city. But as you heard in the opening presentation, there may be some, I'm not aware of those, that the Navy might have installed.
Okay, but not on city jurisdiction.
Not that I'm aware of.
If there are no further questions for Jerry, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Green light is on. I don't have to push anything, right? You hear me? All right, maybe pick up a little higher. Thanks, Chair Freeman. Thanks, Jerry, for a great presentation. If you're over there. My name's Eric Lentz, representing Verizon on this application. I don't have a formal presentation. I'm just here to answer any questions you may have. We also have Raj Mathur from Hammond Edison, who did prepare our report. He'd be able to answer all the questions you may have as far as 5G, 4G differences and anything regarding radio waves, which is not my expertise. But again, Eric Lentz, any questions? There were a few comments that were made, a few questions asked. I'm here to, if you want to ask me again.
All right. Go ahead, commissioners. I'm not seeing any commissioner questions here. Mike Brassfield?
Well, let me just say, if you know the history of 5G in this area, asking questions like walking into a minefield. I have a lot of questions, but we're stuck with what the U.S. government has now passed down, and the local feelings are contrary in many regards. So that makes it a little hard to try to frame a question to an applicant that, where are the holes? Try to figure them out. Where are the holes that we can ask and cannot get response to? But in this project, going from 4G to 5G is the biggest minefield we've found so far. And I'm looking at one of the things that we're going to be looking at is this whole concept. So maybe right now we don't know what questions we can ask. But I appreciate that this applicant brought an engineer so we don't get the I don't know, and we can get the answers to questions if we have them. I do appreciate that very much.
Well, maybe I could ask the engineer just a general question. Can you just explain in general what the difference in radiation is between 4G and 5G?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. My name is Raj Mathur. I'm with Hammond and Edison. We are an independent consulting engineering firm located up in Sonoma. And I am a licensed professional electrical engineer in the state of California. To answer your question, if the same facility with the same power and same frequencies were operating at 4G instead of 5G, the exposure and the distances would look exactly the same. And the reason is that the limits, the FCC limits, are independent of technology. they don't depend on what technology you use. You could use 3G, 4G, 5G. You could put in FM. If you use that frequency, then that's what the exposure will look like depending on the power. So it's totally dependent on frequency. It does not depend on the technology. I know that can seem somewhat counterintuitive, but the reason for that is that the frequencies are what cause the human exposure. It's not the technology. And so that's why the limits are based on frequency and not on technology. And if you want me to elaborate on that further, I certainly can, but that's sort of the short answer to your question.
Are you saying that there's no difference between 4 and 5 on the frequency?
I'm saying in terms of when we calculate what the radio frequency exposure level is, like ground and at nearby buildings for people, then it doesn't make a difference what the technology is. Certainly it makes a difference for when your phone and things like that for speed, but in terms of radio frequency exposure to humans, it does not make a difference. Frequency is what makes the difference. So the human body absorbs certain frequencies better than it absorbs other frequencies. So I'll give you an example. The human body absorbs 100 megahertz quite well, but it does not absorb 1 gigahertz, which is a higher frequency as well. And so the limit for 100 megahertz is tighter than what it is for 1 gigahertz because we're absorbing it well, so the limit is tighter. We don't absorb this other higher frequency well, so the limit is looser. Now you can put whatever technology you want, it doesn't change anything. It's the frequency in and of itself that we're absorbing and that makes the difference. Does that help a little bit?
It's problematic that the letter G is the letter that follows the 4 or the 5 when you say gigahertz.
Yeah, it's the G in 4G, 5G stands for generation. Gigahertz is GHZ, which is gigahertz.
This is good to know.
Yeah. So those are two separate things, and, frequency and technology. So I realize it can get a little confusing, and soon we'll have 6G in a few years probably, but the same thing applies to that as well. And happy to answer any other questions.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question.
Yes, Mike.
Based on what you just said, what the company says is that you're going to get better service with 5G than 4. So what is the difference when it comes to a human body? What really is happening? That supposedly the commercial word is that you get better service with 5 than 4. So what is the difference?
Yeah, so the difference is that they have more spectrum, they have more the amount of frequencies, and they have more bandwidth. That's what the technical word is, amount of frequencies. And so you have more bandwidth, they can give you more power, and with that, they can give you a faster speed. So what 5G does is gives you more bandwidth, and that gives you a faster speed. But in terms of the technology itself, that has no bearing on the radio frequency exposure condition for humans.
But to get that broader bandwidth, does that require more power?
Yes. So to get the broader bandwidth, they may need to put in more power, and that does have an effect on human exposure. But they could do that for 4G just as well as they do it for 5G. So if they take that broader bandwidth and they put 4G on it, it's the same thing for human exposure as if they put 5G on it.
As you said, it's counterintuitive because if you're getting better coverage, it would seem that it would require more power.
So you're not getting better coverage per se, you're getting a faster speed. So the site is not expanding its coverage area. What it's doing is it's giving you better speed in the approximately similar coverage area. And that faster speed is coming from more bandwidth and an improvement in the technology. But as far as human exposure is concerned, it doesn't matter whether it's 4G or 5G.
Well, as I understand it, that in the VA now are getting exposure claims from microwave and microwave power used for all kinds of communication. The rest of government doesn't seem to acknowledge that, but if they're having damage done to them at muscular and at testicular levels, why isn't that occurring to the rest of the public?
So you're talking about, I'm not sure I'm following the question. You're talking about a specific site or?
I'm talking about the VA now accepts claims of damage done by microwave equipment done to GIs. And yet we don't seem to see the same discussion among the rest of us. So why would they have damage done to their bodies that the rest of us are not getting from microwave?
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think I understand the question. So I'm not privy to what the military is doing and what the VA is doing. So I can't comment on what they're doing and what they are accepting. But what I do know is that for this particular site, the levels are well below the FCC limit. So at ground, we're looking at 6% of the FCC limit. So about 15 times below the FCC limit, FCC public limit. So we're well below that limit.
Any follow-up? Dan, you have a question? I don't think Dan has a question.
No, I answered you. I said I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right. And do we have any other questions? Okay. I don't have any other questions. At this point in time, the public comment.
Members of the public are encouraged to join our meetings via Zoom Gov, a secure service that connects you live with no lag time. To join the Zoom meeting from a computer or phone, use the link or phone numbers on the agenda posted at isearchmonterey.org. To join by telephone, dial 833-568-8864, toll free. Once again, that phone number is 833-568-8864. Then enter the webinar ID 161-990-8039. Once again, the webinar ID from this meeting is 161-990-8039. To provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen. To provide comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called upon. And I do see one hand raised. The last 3 phone number digits are 902. You should be able to press *6 to unmute.
This is Nina Beatty. I want to comment first that I heard comments that the commission is stuck, and I've heard the commission say in the past their hands are tied. The commission is not stuck and their hands are not tied. There are laws that I've provided to you that an ordinary person can read, doesn't have to be an attorney, and they can decide for themselves if the commission is stuck. But so far, the commission has ignored those laws. Sections of the Telecommunications Act, such as 6013C and 27 USC 414. Those indicate that there are provisions that that protect the public. But the city is not doing that. It's not following those rules that are in the federal laws. In 2019, December, you approved a Verizon modification here. I don't really understand what this modification is different than the previous one. When you did that, it blocked my access to Highway 68 because I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity. And I have disabling health effects from the wireless radiation from cell towers. So I cannot risk driving on this section of Highway 68 due to the increased high-level radiation coming from this facility. And it's a public road that I'm guaranteed equal access to, but the Planning Commission ignored my access and that of many other people in Monterey County. The TCA must comply with ADA, and yet this commission ignored that it must comply with ADA. So 2 years later, Verizon's coming back with more modifications specifically for 5G without any community discussion of 5G. I didn't see any comparison of what the present exposure is with the proposed exposure. Perhaps that chart was somewhere in there. It wasn't in the RF report, and that's required in the wireless ordinance. No charts of before and after. The difference in radiation, the difference in frequencies, longer and shorter waves, the engineer ignored that not only are there characteristics of penetration, but there are different frequencies that have different effects on bodily systems by the characteristic of the frequency. Their impacts to the human skin, to insects. When they turned on 5G in Samos in the Greek islands, the insects were decimated. And B research shows that they absorb these frequencies very deeply. So 5G means the accelerated extinction of bees and other insects. The engineer is not a biologist or a physician, and he apparently hasn't studied the research. The FCC lost its lawsuit on RF exposure limits with regard to new technologies, including 5G, and long-term exposure, and environmental exposure, and children's exposure. And the court remanded back to the FCC to review the literature and present reasoned decision-making. That was in August of last year. They haven't done so. It's been 8 months. So when you approve something, or if you approve something, you approve it with no guarantee of safety. Any reasoned decision-making hasn't been part of the FCC's decision. So everything is kind of floaty right now. It's very difficult to know what you're basing it on as far as safety. The industry is not researching safety. There are significant irregularities in Verizon's last facility modification permit hearings, but the commission approved it anyway. But now they're back. The radar altimeter interference is a very, very serious issue since 5G is being built right up to the airport. So Tom Rowley's neighborhood, does he want airplanes falling out of the sky on his neighborhood? Or the other people that are in Oak Grove or next to the Naval Postgraduate School? The Navy documents on the 5G facility on the beach indicates that all the AT&T facilities in Monterey that you approved are now 5G facilities, and those go virtually right up to the airport. So are they going retroactively to the Airport Land Commission for approval? No, you have 5G in the city right now. And that's a health and safety hazard from just the airplanes alone and all the people that live under the flight path. This is a very serious project, and it's not being examined according to the laws that ordinary people can find on the books that are being excised out of your purview. I ask you to deny this project. I ask you to go back and revisit the AT&T projects you approved. This is not suitable for Monterey. It's deadly to me. And it blocks my access to roads around the airport. It blocks my access to the airport. And under ADA, I'm entitled to equal access to these public facilities and these public roads. And that's a permitting decision. That's a service that the city provides. The city's in charge of making those determinations. You need to make that determination on behalf of me and the many other people in the city of Monterey who are also disabled like this. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Any other public comment, Jennifer?
I do not see any hands raised, but we do have a couple of viewers. So just a quick reminder, if you're already in Zoom, please use the raise your hand function at the bottom of the screen, or to provide public comments by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand, then *6 to unmute when called on. And I do not think anybody else wants to comment at this time.
All right, let's bring it back then to the commission for their comments. comments? Mike? Grassfield?
Kim, do we have counsel available tonight?
Legal counsel? No.
Because Nina keeps bringing up topics that are beyond the purview of all but two of us on the law. And I'm used to reading the law, but I haven't seen a lot of what's coming out of Washington on this topic.
So we've previously reviewed the 6409.
Yes, ma'am. But that's my point. It's not just 6409. There is new legislation coming out of Washington since we reviewed the 6409. And in a lot of these funding bills, there are prerequisites to include upgrading the infrastructure to include electronics. So we don't have legal counsel on what we have to do and what we can do. And I understand Nina's concerns, but I don't see a way around it at this point.
Thanks, Mike. How about you, Mike Dawson?
I'm with Mike here. The difficulty we have is it sounds as though this is an easy thing. It's just a modification of a tower, but we're having different frequencies and different powers coming out of this antenna farm that we're getting ready to approve here, and we don't know, just exactly what the FCC is talking about here.
Okay. Dan Fletcher?
Yeah, it does seem to be fairly straightforward, doesn't it? I am frustrated that the continues to come to planning commission with concerns. I don't feel somehow that they're accurately addressed, or I'm left feeling, I don't know, dismayed. I have no greater understanding of what her concerns are she's raising as it compares to what laws we're supposed to abide by and use decisions.
Yeah.
Steve?
In the past, every time we've had one of these issues, I've asked the question whether or not we have any discretion to disapprove it. And I've been told, no, we don't. In this area, I don't know a whole lot. And so I'm not going to say a whole lot and be thought a fool. I'm going to keep my my mouth shut so I don't have to confirm the previous diagnosis. I see nothing we can do other than subject the city to a great deal of liability if we don't approve it. And therefore, I'm going to vote to approve it.
Thank you for your candor.
All right.
I have a few.
Yeah.
So the city has gone to such, I think, extraordinary expense legally. And, we've really tried hard to grapple with these FCC regulations. And it's been, at the forefront for years, with a lot of expense and time trying to make sure our ducks in a row and that we don't end up where the city of Carmel is. Of course, that hasn't been finally decided yet, but they are in the middle of a legal fight for that very reason.
They're beginning it, right?
They're beginning it, yeah. Sometimes it seems like we're just so gun shy of any legal expenses but on the other hand, I think we've done pretty due diligence trying to understand where we stand in terms of these FCC regulations. I guess I did have one question. I don't know if our consultant is still on,
Jerry.
Gittleman.
is Jerry still available?
Yeah, he's,
The public comment included a complaint that there wasn't a before and after comparison of these charts. Can you comment on that complaint?
She, thank you, Commissioner. She did bring up a few issues, and one was that there was a Verizon facility approved for a 4G upgrade back in 2018, 2019. That one never went forward. So we don't have that comparison of, but we do know that the current facility is well within the FCC guidelines for RF exposure. And that was not only in the report, but it was verified by the city's third-party engineer who double checks every calculation within that report. I can also tell you that Ms. Beatty brought up American with Disabilities Act violations, and that we did a lot of research on past projects for see if that would actually apply, and it does not apply to wireless facilities. You have to go strictly with the FCC guidelines.
So she specifically said that one of the submitted RF documents or charts didn't comply with the submittal requirements. Did you hear that one? It was a before and after thing, but you're saying go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, again, we had it double checked by an RF engineer that's paid for by the city. It's not on. We don't just go by what the applicant submits. We want to verify everything. So they look at the city's requirements and make sure that they were complied with.
And the submitted documents were in. They complied with the ordinance requirement.
Definitely.
Okay.
and all of this has run past the city attorney before it got to us, I take it.
Maybe Kim can answer that question.
The city attorney did not individually review this report, but this is the same format and we've done on all our other 6409 applications and was previously found to be compliant with law. And I mean, at our next meeting, we're going to be looking at our wireless ordinance. You can ask all those questions again, but I believe this application is fully compliant with the 6409 requirements.
Right.
Kim, will that examination include the review of the application process?
So the proposed ordinance that you're going to be looking at on April 26th includes all of the submittal requirements. They've been, I'd say, significantly modified from our current submittal requirements. So you'll have an opportunity to look at those. And then after both the Planning Commission and City Council agree on the new submittal requirements, we will update our wireless checklist. One of the things that's not currently on our checklist is the ALUC review. And the proposed ordinance includes language for that. And so, you know, there will be changes from what you see today in our submittal requirements. And I think if I remember, it even goes through letter U on the submittal requirements. So that's how many submittal requirements there are.
Thank you. I think that one of the salient things about the set of conditions here, and it's been mentioned before by another commissioner, is item number 12, the review by the ALUC, because that kind of interference, if it's found, will defeat the project. And if it's not found, will support the project. The amount of time and expertise that has been exercised by the city, I'm going to support Steve Milich's comment, is such that I don't see any way to not approve this project. And so I'm going to say yes, based on that. Is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve the use permit and P 220034 at 2200 Garden Road, including the recommended conditions of approval.
Is there a second to the motion? All right. Motion has been made by Commissioner Fletcher and second by Mike Dawson. Are there any comments on the motion?
Could you read the motion back, please?
The motion has been made to approve use permit 220024 to allow modifications to an existing personal wireless service facility at 2200 Garden Road, along with a set of conditions as stated in the report.
Does that include the AC
Yeah.
approval? Okay, thank you.
Number 12 on page 6. Any other comments on the motion?
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion, and I want to compliment staff for doing a really thorough review. I think it appears that way, and especially condition 12. Obviously, that's the appears to be maybe the most important aspect of this approval. So I'm going to support the motion.
All right.
Will that affect the shot clock, Kim?
Like I mentioned earlier, we believe the ALUC review will, I think it was May 2nd, will occur. If this item is appealed to the city council, we can hear it potentially, I think it's on, I'm sorry, May 3rd or May 17th, and the shot clock ends on May 18th.
Thank you.
I believe we'll be within the 60-day requirement.
No further comments. Why, I'll call for the vote. Jennifer?
Chair Freeman,
Yes, approve.
Vice Chair Reed is absent. Commissioner Brassfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dawson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher,
Yes.
Commissioner Latassa,
Yes.
Commissioner Milovich.
Yes.
Okay, this was approved. It is approved by a vote of 6, and it is appealable to the city council within the next 3 days through the planning office.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for your patience tonight. You drive all the way from Sonoma here for the hearing? Oh, okay.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
All right, with that.
Planning office update.
Say again?
Planning office update.
Yes, the last item on the agenda is the planning office update. Thank you, Steve.
You bet.
So in addition to my written report, I just have a couple comments. On April, I believe it is 26th, at our next planning commission meeting, we will hold the first public hearing on the revised wireless ordinance. We actually published that packet, I think, over a week ago. If you have not received it or lost the email, let us know and we'll send you another copy. We will be amending that agenda to include the minutes from tonight. So we're going to work to do that pretty quickly. And then in addition, on the airport land use sort of consistency part that we added to the ordinances, there's been some additional changes by our legal staff. And it's about, I think, a paragraph change, just making it, I think, tighter, the language. So we will be publishing a revised ordinance with those changes. It's not that, it's not that voluminous. I think it's significant, but not voluminous in its changes. So please look at that once we publish the new packet. And I'll try to point out for the commission the exact section that's been changed. So if you've spent time reading, I think it's like 37, 38 pages of ordinance, you can go back and just focus on that change. And so we're going to devote from 4 to 6:30 PM completely on the ordinance and getting everybody up to speed on it. You'll be able to ask lots of questions. The public can ask lots of questions. I don't think anyone anticipates it to be recommended for approval on the 26th. But leading to that, I do need to understand all the commissioners' availability in May. I've heard some people are going on vacation, and I want to make sure we have quorums for the 2 meetings in May. So if you are going to be gone, and I'm aware of a couple commissioners, let me know, because we may need to cancel a meeting if we don't have a quorum. So thank
Okay.
you very much.
I started reading the 40 pages. I want to say thank you for providing an executive summary of the highlights. It really makes it a lot easier.
I had a commissioner comment. So
Before we get to that, can we have the clarification on one of the planning commission agenda report items? The last one on the decision to deny the variance on the fencing in Monterey, how'd that, the 4-foot height limit, what happened with that?
So the planning commission decision was overturned and the appeal held. It was a 3-2 vote. I think the discussion was well over an hour, going back and forth. The unique finding the city council found was the on and off ramps for the freeway in close proximity to this property. And they really struggled with that.
So they went to 6 feet and allowed the 6-foot high fence, huh?
Correct.
Thanks. Thank you.
So my question was more cell tower stuff. That thing that went on Del Monte Beach on the Navy land, can I request that we get just a little report on that, on what it is and why all the neighbors? No, I'm just. But you know, is there? Do you know about it, and is there information available?
So I have seen it. So that has been spearheaded by the Navy.
Right.
I could see if they have I know that after it was installed, they had a series of community meetings on the beach.
Yes.
I saw that reported in the news. I believe there were representatives from the city at those meetings. But I could ask if they have a summary of the project, so I could share with you.
Just a quickie summary of
Yeah.
what that thing is.
Could always get a Freedom of Information Act request too.
Yeah, the Navy will just laugh at you.
No, they'll answer it.
Might be classified information.
Sure enough.
Any other commissioner comments for this evening? I'd say a
I'll
good
make a comment.
everyone. Oh, okay, Mike.
First of all, after reading all the cell tower stuff, I wanted to compliment Kim and staff on a great put together. Reading through it, it answered a lot of the things that we had hoped that we could discuss at commission. The one area I still have some questions about is the application process. We went through meeting after meeting after meeting over that application, and we knew that it was going to take a review. So I hope that's included in the material that we're going to review and take a fresh set of eyes to. But
You could just let that soak.
I know there's a whole lot of work went into that topic. And I really do appreciate what staff put together. It was really gratifying to see it. My second comment is, I hope that in the time between now and any other meetings the city has, we can address this sound issue, because we've had some sound degrade tonight that I haven't noted before. But aside from that, thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody.
I have a comment.
Yeah, thank
you're
you,
the one that
Jennifer.
solved that.
Discovery and solution. The meeting is officially adjourned.
I have a question I would like answered.
What?
When we get to the wireless ordinance, I would like just a little memo included in there on those areas where we do have discretion and what we can take into consideration and that would allow us to deny or require an amended application. You know, it's Carmel is had a problem and now of course they're in a lawsuit. And remember years ago, we had a problem in the Monte Vista area when the wireless 5G ordinance Verizon came up with 13 different sites. And we had a hearing with 1 day left on the shot clock. Fortunately, they took away 12 of them, but we really didn't know what it was that we could rely upon at that time. I thought Hansen did an excellent job and the commission did a really good job in coming up with reasons for requiring them to withdraw their applications. And I think it's time that we get to know that, because we're all just sort of, sliding around in this area. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we can do. We don't even know what we should do. So, let's take a look and get some guidance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That was most helpful, really. Good night, everybody.